Welcome back, everyone. Today I'm going to be playing Slay the Princess, and I'm kind of excited because I have not actually played since the Pristine Cut came out, and so there are some things that I don't know of yet. I also played some, but did not play a huge amount before that. So there are still things that I have not found out. But we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna start a new game here. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay. Can you elaborate?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
How can a princess locked away in the basement in the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
So, what about editing?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Except for the fact I don't remember anything up to this point, so...
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
But why me?
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Maybe I'm okay with ending the world.
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those.
I mean, you don't know. I just got dropped into this situation. Okay, what about a reward?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Yeah, but I want to know what it is, to know if it's worth it.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Huh. Yeah, I don't want to.
Serious? No, you have to do it.
I don't know. I don't really want to kill a princess.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman?
I mean, I did say I didn't want to.
A seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
How about no?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Ah, here we go. I'm pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond the ground.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
I mean, I already said that I didn't care.
What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little
Hi.
bitch. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're new.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved.
So
after all.
convenient for you, narrator. No,
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
I told you I didn't want to go.
Selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
I mean, that's usually what death means. Yeah. Maybe they deserve it.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess.
I mean, I know nothing
And
about
last
this.
I checked,
I was thrown
you're
in.
part of everyone too. So if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well.
Yeah, the more you try to convince me, the more I don't want to do it. That's how this works,
But
though,
fine.
narrator.
You turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but
Astrology
I have to
has
say,
nothing to do with it
seems
here.
like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
I mean, we can probably find a way out.
There's always
Right?
a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
I mean, at the moment, it kind of seems
And here we
like
go.
this
As
forest
you
is
trudge
the
into woods,
entirety
something
of the
strange
world.
starts to happen.
So,
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes, glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait,
gee,
what's going
not
on?
not being subtle about
You're
it
stubborn
anymore.
for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Yes. Congratulations, you figured it
You've
out.
doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness, but it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Bye. The stranger.
You're on a path.
Hey, look, there's a
in the
wall.
woods, and at the end of that
Everything's
path
wiggling.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, we did actually confirm that. The world did seemingly end. How about no?
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals.
'Cause this is
The fate
slightly
of the
different from
world
what
is
we
at
already
risk right
did.
now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what
Hi,
we're thinking. He's
Contrarian.
like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
I agree.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
Maybe.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Okay. What about the walls, though? Those aren't
What
there.
are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Uh-huh. Yeah, those walls weren't there before. So... we're gonna lie.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously.
Hey.
I am begging you.
It's to push your buttons.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Which is why I like him.
Let's keep an open mind.
I mean, Hero's more along the lines we're thinking.
The cabin
Not quite.
interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across
I
what's
see
almost the same
brick.
space.
I see plank.
But it's all shifted.
I see
An
cobble.
inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough
Doors
for the place
moving.
to make any sense.
Doors and windows
The
aren't
only
supposed to
furniture
move.
of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Oh, knife.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Good point.
No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
Except there's clearly more
You
to it
can't
than
just
that.
say that. But when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the
If you
stressful
say
geometry
so.
and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Narrator just said get good.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What
Yeah,
you're seeing
I mean,
here is
funky.
obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
I agree. Funky,
Okay,
but it's there.
okay,
It's
I'm
what
fine.
we're working with.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
How about approach the mirror?
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
But it's not a wall.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Clean the mirror.
Reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Well, it's working knowing you, so
There was a mirror
not sure
a second ago.
how much I care about that.
And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again. and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
I approve. Okay. And we're going in without the blade.
The door to the basement creaks
Ooh,
open, revealing
funky.
a web of branching staircases.
We got some Dr.
all
Seuss
built
stairs
from
going on.
Identifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality,
You're still
drags
trying to
up the
convince
stairs.
us.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
You're welcome.
We already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
That's not that important.
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Let's see. Harsh stairs, center stairs, or soft stairs? Let's go with more normal ones for now.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
I mean, I don't know how we know which one is the one.
And
That's
so
a
you
little hard
take
to say
one
for sure.
careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter
Okay,
the
we
direction
don't know
it
what
goes,
direction
it
we're going
certainly
anymore.
is the most true path. You know that much.
If you say so. Oh, knife.
You
Stairs.
slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
It's looping.
Time disappears, and you
It's
can
also
feel
getting
yourself
less
begin
defined.
to untether. Physical sensations
Ooh.
dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Oh, our little hand icon changed.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Hi.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Moving on.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems... normal.
What's your name?
Princess. You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Hi. There's
As the princess speaks
supposed to be
again,
two of you.
it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
And it's the entire
We can
room
do
that's
that.
shifted.
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
Everything went dark.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality.
Essentially
But what's
what
done
you
is
told
done,
us here,
isn't it?
and look how that's turned out.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late.
Unthink your
You
thoughts.
have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Not sure that's quite how that
New
works,
plan.
but okay.
Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Let's see. Oh. Those are all one option. I can't pick one of them. It's retrieving the blade, leaving her in the basement, and trying to free her all at once. Love alternate realities converging on themselves, right? So much fun. It's slightly disorienting. Do you know why you're down here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
Actually, no, we were not told that.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
I mean, that wasn't exactly
Hurts
our
to think
goal
about it,
anyways.
doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I mean, what do you expect me to do? I don't have the knife. Do you know what
I
happened?
don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Well, I was wondering if maybe you experienced it on the way down?
Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs managed to chew you up, I
Hi.
will devour you. Sometimes
That one's
I
more
feel like I'm being
demon-like.
pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
So, what do you plan on doing if I let you out?
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person? You either trust me or you believe that I'm dangerous. What I say won't change how you already feel about me.
I don't know. Maybe.
You already know what I'm going to do.
I mean, that one's right.
If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Wow, that one
Not a
sounds so
single
sad.
real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do.
I want to see how many
Asking
versions I
questions
can
just
come up
seems to make
with.
things worse.
The window in the
This
background is
is
all
reaching its
twisted.
breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so...
I mean, that one we should murder. Because that one's a demon.
Stop overthinking.
The others aren't so bad.
Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell,
Ooh,
and it's only
do
getting
all of it, you
worse.
say? Well, I guess that's what we're gonna do. We're going to do all of it.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Okay, that's disorienting now.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
No, this is something
But this-
a little different.
We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
Yeah.
No, I don't,
They're
because this
mixing-
isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world, the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Or it all fades away.
falls apart.
Hi.
I think he's gone.
You aren't
We were never
looking
going to
the
salvage
best.
this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
I mean, that's what happens when you have the knife stuck in your
You
chest.
feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere.
Yeah, this
I
isn't
didn't
the
actually
best
think our
situation to be
actions
in.
had consequences.
Oh, I knew.
It's a
I
little
wanted
late
to do
for
it
regret,
anyways.
isn't it?
Please.
Dang, the overlap. Say nothing. Nom. Don't know if she had the chance to hear your sounds. Gone, replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
I mean,
There's that
she got
mirror
absorbed
again. Why is it here?
into the
Why now?
background. Yeah, I don't even know how we'd go looking for
You're
her.
right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Then what the hell are we supposed to do?
Narrator's gone.
It is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
Maybe look at the mirror.
There's something.
I mean, that's the only
dreadful
thing we can
about
see.
it. I don't think you should. No, don't do that.
Oh, for once, Contrarian is agreeing with Hero. Well, unfortunately for them, this is the only thing we can do, other than just
I'm
sit
begging
here.
you, don't do this. It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
Oh well for them. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. Hi. It's you. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You're at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Hi, what are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Huh?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
You speak in riddles. I'm not sure what I am.
I think that you are like me.
Because we're the only thing
We
left
are
in the void.
oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Fragile vessel.
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. These
Okay.
words are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
Yeah, they don't make a lot of sense right now.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
So, did the world end?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
I don't know, we could exist in the void. Are you behind this?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Okay. Can you let her out?
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Well, that's unfortunate. What about the worlds?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
So, what happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay. Are you going to destroy the world then?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Okay. I want to know. What are you gonna do? Oh, okay.
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Okay, but what if I find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am.
Okay. How many more do I need to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Well, that's not very helpful. I guess I could say no.
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
And how much do I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Well, that's not the best. What if we
you
just
need
wait?
time, then I'll wait with you. You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Okay then. As it force kicks me from the game. Okay. Well, gotta say, I'm a little too impatient. I don't think I'm gonna wait for forever. I want to know more. Okay, yeah. I'm not very good at waiting. You won't. Everything goes dark, and you die. Back to chapter 1. Okay. Okay. Well, we already kind of looked through all these things. So let's go the complete opposite route. Instead of trying to avoid it, let's go for it. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I say, why not? Okay. Now we go in. Hi. Hi. We're just gonna go down. We're gonna be a good assassin. Hey, good guess. Dang her and her logic. Lunge forward. Fab. Didn't expect me to actually go through with it, did she? Huh. Of course not. No, see, that's the thing, narrator. Uh, what if I remove the blade? This might be a bad idea. Oops. Hi. We were just stabbed by something. Well, it seems narrator was actually trying to help. Okay. Cool. We did. Again. The razor. Okay. Uh, she's gonna kill me again. Uh, yeah, she can if we're an idiot. Oh, cheated. Well, I mean, not if we leave. We could try that. You liar. Well, so you technically only stabbed us once. Why should I bother doing anything? kind of, yes, actually. I mean, everything seems normal right now. Well, I mean, she died with us. You know, that seems logical. Okay. But I want to see what happens if we turn around and leave the second time. Let's go with cheated. Hmm. We're gonna be positive. We have no clue where we're going. Yeah, we're gonna try. It did not actually skip the audio, but okay. The world around you is unwound. Its physical matter replaced by texture, nothing. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. Memory returns. There's a distant rumble, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. You already know what dwells in the empty spaces. Hi, hands! Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You're no longer alone. Confusion. Why are you here? I am unfinished. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. It is useless to us if it doesn't bring more gifts. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. There's only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am your only salvation. And we have been tossed back to chapter 1. Okay. Well, it seems to have fully reset us. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and skip most of it. And we're gonna get back to where we were, but we're actually gonna go in because we want to see what happened in chapter 2. Say the princess. Oh, actually, I can't pick the others. That's not quite what I was expecting. Okay, but what about our reward? We were promised a reward. Also, look out the window. That ain't a forest. Kind of hoping I get a better ending. Wait. So the princess is an embodiment of endings? Okay. Now I agree. I don't know if that's such a good thing. But it's boring. We're happy though. No, we're happy. Good ending! You saved everyone! I wonder if what would happen if I did that the very first time. Didn't have anything else. I mean, if it's our only option. True. Dying does seem to reset the timeline. Hmm. Wouldn't we be dead? Yeah, nothing seems to be changing. I'll be pretty upset if we die. Well, gee, that was rude of you, narrator. Eh. Chapter 2, The Spectre. Hmm. Hera always says that. Who's our new friend? Ooh, cold. I mean, do we want to do it again? Okay, we already did that one. And we already turned around and left. Let's go. She won't be a problem. I see. She's dead. We killed her already. Everything was a little funky. Okay. The interior of the cabin is cold. A soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. It's like no one's been here for a long, long time. Yeah, we already killed her. I'm gonna take the blade anyways. Yeah, we already looked at the mirror. Didn't seem to do much. Down we go. Yeah, even the narrator's voice has changed. It's also a slightly different entrance. Hi. We told you. We already killed her. See, you should be a little more scared, Cold. Ghosts can possess. Play the princess. I mean, it's not gonna do nothing. She's a ghost. Yeah, well, what else do you expect me to do? Actually, about that. Uh, I mean, ghosts can definitely hurt us. I'm out of ideas. Thoughts? Hmm. You threatened us. Yes, totally. It could have been for anything. She's got a point there. Kind of. Yeah, we died too. Yeah, we went stabby stabby on ourselves. Possession. Obviously. I mean, she was being somewhat polite about it. That's a good point, Cold. Okay. Hmm. I need to think. Mostly because I want to look at the other options that we had. Yeah, we'll take a moment to talk with narrator. Well, I tried narrator, and it didn't work. Excuse you, yes I did. And then we go back to emptiness. We know about your reward. What are you doing not being dead? Your dead body.
The princess glances back at the bones lying on the floor.
It's just a body. Do you believe these bones? Or do you believe me? Because those bones aren't talking to you.
Good point.
She's
They're
seeing
bones.
things pragmatically. We should do the same. Reality is what's in front of us, not our preconceptions of what it should be. There doesn't need to be a static truth. There doesn't need to be objectivity.
Do you know why you came back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me.
It could be both.
All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper.
Now
A
that's
nagging
interesting.
reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
Do you want me to kill
Are we
myself?
putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again. If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer. But killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you.
Oh,
I should
that's
never tell you that you
unfortunate.
shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
Guess we won't be dying, at least not to
Like I
ourselves.
said, I just want to go home.
She might still kill us. Not entirely sure. Okay.
You poor thing. That must have been so frightening for you.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. This whole thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it? She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right.
There it is.
I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist.
Yeah, she's been a little
Now I
sarcastic.
know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest. It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
Yep. And now we're back. I mean, we already know how to make it up to her. Let's see. Yeah, we'll explain it to her.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's
I mean-
rich coming from her.
Yeah?
Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Obviously, it was wrong of me.
Don't underestimate your own capabilities. If you truly managed to slay her last time, that doesn't mean she wasn't a threat. It means you did something heroic. Threats come in all shapes and sizes. A misspoken word could bring about the end of everything just as much as a blade or even the mere existence of an idea. You were chosen for this job for a reason.
That's right, killer. I'm not a threat to anyone. And even if I was, I'm hardly a threat anymore, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure about that. I've played enough Phasmophobia to know that ghosts are very good at murder. Well, were you going to end the world?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
But you haven't answered the question.
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
does letting you out mean the end of the world? Even if it's
It
not what you
does.
want. Yeah, we
We're
know
not
what you
asking
say,
you.
narrator.
We've heard your whole speech already.
In fact, we've heard it numerous times.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's home, I think.
Yeah, she kind of seems to be
But
an
what does it mean for anything
ending.
to end? I ended, but I also didn't.
Yeah, endings
And
can't
you ended
end.
too. But here you are. And you don't even look any different.
Yeah, we seem
I'm
to be
not so
special.
sure endings are real.
I guess that's the thing. We ended ourselves, but because she wasn't there, because she's endings, then it didn't work. Maybe. So, what you gonna do?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt.
I feel like we might be the ones she haunts.
Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
Yeah, I feel like some people do. Okay, that's all there. If I knew I'd have to talk to you again, I wouldn't have killed you.
And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
True, she did murder us back.
We all make mistakes.
Okay, I'm out of ideas. Thoughts?
She might be making it hard for us to kill her body, but those bones look very, very real. Maybe breaking them breaks her. Or maybe burying them would put her to rest. Don't take any piece of her outside of this cabin. Maybe you should stop looking for loopholes and try harder to actually slay her.
We already tried that
We
though.
are trying.
What about burying your bones?
Those are just bones. They aren't me. Bury them, destroy them, whatever. That dusty pile of death is just a reminder of what you've done. It's not a fix for anything.
Okay. I mean, she said she didn't care,
Push
so let's
through the
break the
princess
bone.
and rush the pile of bones on the floor, swinging your fist down and smashing through what remains of her ribcage. The ancient bones splinter, then crumble, reduced to dust almost instantly.
Even after what I've said, you still gave it your all. Such a disappointing choice. I don't think I like the person behind those eyes. I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here, together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home. Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
At least in this version.
Forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens.
Oh.
Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
I'm not sure about that.
You do your best to pull away, but it's as if her arm, embedded in your body, is rooting you
Yeah,
in
she's
place.
probably gripping our heart now.
Leaving so soon.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed, starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Sure. Slay the princess.
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly. Did we get her?
I don't think so.
Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
We fought back.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
I think the fact that the heart was outside the body alone would have been a bit problematic.
You're on a path in the woods.
That's not
And
the
here we
woods.
go again. Off to slay her. Again. The deck's stacked.
Hey, they
isn't it?
cheated.
We
Cheated,
kill
Tigger.
her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost. We start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on. Let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Yeah. And what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous.
Just maybe.
There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Okay, so you've already been here. Twice even. Great.
Hey, at least you're
Let me poke a few
talking.
holes
You're
in your
accepting it this
depressing little
time.
theory. Nobody
You
here
usually
is
try
screwing
to,
with you, and I can't imagine any scenario
dissuade us
where
from
you
it
would
having
have
happened.
started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over. We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that?
Because we were bored.
Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy?
No,
Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves.
we were
It was
bored.
awful. Yes, and then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people
I'm not
in
so
the
sure
world
the world
are
is real.
and the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real.
We also haven't seen
Whatever
anyone
you
else.
did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
Yeah, and that in this whole world just
All this standing around and
it's rather
talking
odd.
is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
why not? Why should we?
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise. Oh yeah, sure. That changes everything. I mean, he did promise.
Naive
You
hero.
believed him.
Yeah, you were the first to actually accept this.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. That's a hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Yeah, that's how
So,
multiple realities
yes,
work,
I'm
actually.
the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for
I mean, I was thinking
They've
of letting
clearly
her
all
in
been
to
through
talk
some
to a
harrowing
narrator.
experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
But then we crunched the bones and she murdered us. Eventually, we're gonna let her out. We
You're
might as well do
making
it
a
now.
dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
I mean, it seems pretty consistent.
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't. And you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating.
Yay for free will. That's where contrarian
Everything
comes.
always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite.
You know,
On
both
second
Cheated and
thought,
Cold
Let's not kill him.
are kinda
Let's
into
throw
the ending the
him
world.
someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
Ooh, that's a good point, Cold. Is there another
If she
option?
finds a way out on her own.
Actually, yes, she did do that.
Of course she does. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out.
Yeah, we could just make things
Only
go
we don't
faster.
have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. But she can't kill us out here. Why would staying out of killing distance be worse if she's getting out regardless?
Point.
Because it's cowardly, for starters. And because the unknown is always worse than the known.
Well, being brave has
Really,
gotten us
all
killed.
you're doing right now is weighing
What?
too...
No.
The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong. How are we supposed to decide on anything if you just keep coming up with new rules? Since when is there a wrong way to slay her?
I mean, let's go. I want to
Continue
see what
down the
happens.
path towards
Turning
the
around doesn't
cabin.
seem to do much.
It isn't long
Although it
before
would
your
be
steps away
interesting
from your
if we just
destination.
continuously turned
I don't
around.
think you need any words of warning. I
See
think
if we
you know
got
what's
anything
in
out of
there,
that.
and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to
Because
do.
they said that there's a finite number of threat.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Are you trying to use reverse psychology?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
Cool. Let's do it.
Would you look at that?
If she lets
We
us.
won.
She did
Take it
say
however
she
you
was
will.
going to forcefully take possession, though. So I don't know how much of a choice
The
we...
interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us. I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, we're not gonna get a choice. Approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched. We've always been watched. You're watching us right now. Sometimes the feeling is just stronger than others. I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over.
Yeah, start jogging. Hurry up.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Okay, we
What the
will.
hell, she's waiting for us right now, just out of sight,
Wipe
on
the
the other
mirror.
side of that glass. You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Dun dun dun.
Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
I mean, you did sort of say it out loud.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
I mean, this is our second
Where
time
is she?
dying.
You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy pain
Well, that was
radiates up from the
inconvenient.
break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse.
That's just gonna make it harder for you to possess me and walk away.
You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess.
Hi.
Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
Yeah, our leg is not supposed to
But
bend
do
that
you know
way.
how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right. I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over. Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse. Well, maybe a lot worse.
Yep, you're full demon now.
So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
Too bad we don't have a
And
knife.
You get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different. Do we even have a choice?
Yeah, we kind of don't.
Always have a choice. Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time. Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Water under the bridge, right?
And you think that's even? How adorable. But I think you forgot about the part where you tried killing me again. If I were you, I would just want to get it over with. You lost your chance to call the shots. There's no going back to fix it now. You can either look on in horror or celebrate my freedom. But either way, you're about to become a passenger.
I'm a victim.
And sometimes victims become the same as their victimizers. Just because someone hurt you doesn't mean you get a free pass. You should be grateful that I still have a use for you. Being mine is more than you deserve, really. Enough talking. We'll have plenty of time for chit-chat once this place is clear behind us.
You remain pinned to the floor
Wait,
of the
my
long
concern
hallway as the
is,
rest of the
how is she
princess's
planning
body
on walking
emerges.
out with a
Her
broken
proportions
leg?
all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up.
We just did what you told us to do,
Are you
narrator.
seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake, eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Oh,
I know.
crunchy leg.
You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. There's another option, you know.
Oh, hey, you
Don't
can hear us.
help either of them. Flip the table.
Flip the table.
That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
I mean, we're kind of doomed either way. Oh, and she don't like that.
Your body, still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle, takes an excruciating step towards the cabin door. The movement is stiff, your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
It's not that bad. The pain feels good. Because I know you feel it too.
You know, I think I will stick to the path. We will commit to this and trap the princess. Into the abyss we
Single moment of
go!
overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gaping abyss. Capillaries burst and muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away. You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed. Your foot slips a few inches, and you collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Into the void!
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall.
Yeah, sounds like she went crazy. I mean, she was already slightly crazy. She was a demon after all.
What an end. But at least it's ours. An empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it.
I mean, what?
What
What do you
happens now?
mean? There wasn't nothing else we could do.
But I want to know what he thinks happens now.
Yeah, what? Why isn't he responding?
Oh, and why is that?
You and you and you.
He's gone. But
Oh, hey! Terminal velocity ceases, and you feel a something, a mass, a growth, torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment.
What is happening to me?
Num num num. She has been absorbed. You don't answer before she's gone, and you feel resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
You
It
always
feels
get
so
scared.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Do we get any
It's kind
voice?
You
Yeah.
don't need to comfort them.
No need to comfort them. Colt is just like, yeah, do it. Yeah, it's the end for
I
you.
would have kept them in the dark if I were you.
I want
What
to
is
see
that
what they do.
supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. So you're the real puppet master here? Can't believe I tried to help you.
My bad. I mean, we have been the one in control this whole time. Gaze into the mirror. They're gone once again. We're always mixing it. You need to see what's in it. You've grown. Find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin. Hi there.
When I found you in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither? But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete. Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I see. You know, I'm gonna kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
I don't know. Why can I not do the same things
Those
as I've done?
paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
That is a fun way of guiding you down to unique endings. Why are you being kind to us?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Can you give me a straight
I'm
answer?
sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What are your thoughts on this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Yeah, we haven't exactly been super kind to these
There
vessels.
is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are feelings that inform my being. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. There are new spaces that I must fill.
Okay, how about we try attacking? Yeah, nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight.
Kinda
We
expected
cannot
that one.
harm each other as we are now.
How many more vessels?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
Okay, so we're
I will
making
transcend
progress,
in due time,
but we
and
don't know
there is
how
no
many
way
more
forward
versions.
but to contribute to my awakening.
Okay. Can't die ourselves.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Alright, let's go then.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. Okay. Well, what I'm thinking
You're
is
on a
our
path.
next one is we go in and we talk. Because we haven't really been talking with her. Or, yeah. We'll just be silent.
You make your way up.
Enter the basement. We don't have a blade with us.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase. Her voice soft.
Hello?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Hey, just checking
What?
in.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
Ooh.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
See what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
As if she hasn't done that already.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Unfortunately not.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
check upstairs.
I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs
Oh,
slams
come
shut.
on.
You hear the click of a lock sliding.
Stupid
into place.
narrator.
Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
You know, what if I was going up to grab the
Your
knife?
shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
But you won't give me my knife.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth
Well,
tearing
maybe that's
through
how
her
she
limb
got
with
out
the
previously.
determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
So I think we have to pick up the blade either way. So far we've had mostly negative emotions. Let's continue with that for now.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
Not necessarily,
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back.
but I did decide to kill you. Or at least attempt to.
Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by
I
us.
have knife? Clearly knife has
Tonight,
not done any good
She's
for us
wounded and
at all.
unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you.
She was literally willing to bite her own arm off. She
I'm
has
not
teeth.
so sure.
Teeth are dangerous.
Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to
Nails.
tear it
Nails
apart.
are also quite dangerous, actually. Especially when they are sharpened like that.
Your blade cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Those are
Forget
some
about
things.
trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Slay the princess.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Finish
You
the job.
steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess.
Tempting to run
You
away.
probably won't make it out of here alive.
Very tempting to be a
You can
coward.
still make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job. You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons, and then you stop. Neither you nor princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the princess collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you.
Mutual destruction.
You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
Yeah, she's
You don't have time to worry
understandably
over such
upset.
things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Dead again. The witch.
You're on a path in the woods.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just go forward. Oh, opportunist. Hey. You can trust us to get the job done. Okay.
The interior of the cabin is a
Ooh.
mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I mean... Yeah, she didn't exactly seem to be all that interested in talking there at the end.
You take the blade from the shelf. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
See, that's the smartest. The situation
That's
there.
not actually a bad idea.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Get her.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Probably. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else.
Nope.
She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Yeah, no.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what
We haven't
everyone
done a
has
very
to
good
say?
job of
Or
doing
do you
that,
just want
buddy.
to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
No, I'm the boss, not the narrator.
Thank you.
Hi.
Descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Looks a lot more
there
feral.
you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp
I mean,
blade,
yeah,
no
that's
doubt.
kind of the thing.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
We do.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp.
Congratulations.
How'd you figure that one out?
I mean, it wasn't
Call it
exactly hard,
deductive reasoning.
especially
Well,
based on
you
our
seem to be
conversations.
great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us?
I don't
Just focus
think
on
so.
the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her.
I see.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
No, we're kind of going for the aggressive
Don't
route right
talk to
now.
her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Somewhat. We actually didn't exactly talk a lot. Gotta get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
Ah. Wonderful.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
I mean, not a bad
This is
idea.
why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I get the sense you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
You scared me.
Things did get out of hand, didn't they? But it's hard to let bygones be bygones when they led to murder. And you started it.
Uh-huh. What do you even need me for?
The cabin lets prying little beasts like you come as you please, but it insists I stay where I am. That binding I shed is just a symbol of the crueler magic at work in this place. If I'm to leave, I'm to leave with you, and you alone.
Yes, you don't sound happy with us. I mean, yeah, we kind of just sit there for a couple moments. Just internal monologue. Okay, I want to do this, but we're going for the kind of bad one here. Okay, I'd like to be straightforward with my intention. I didn't care for how you treated me last time, and I think you might be a danger to the world. I'm going to attack now. We're going to be somewhat polite.
Do you think that being direct with your ill will frees you from its wickedness?
No, we're just letting you know.
Murder and betrayal are still murder and betrayal, whether you state your intentions or keep them hidden behind your back.
See, this is why we never tell people what we're actually thinking. She's just as mad, only now she's ready for us.
She was going to be ready no matter what,
Still,
if we're being
better
honest.
a violent fool than a plotting coward. Better for me, I mean.
As you close the distance, readying your strike, she throws a fistful of dirt into your eyes.
Well, story fight.
You must have known I would be ready for you. Deep in your heart, you know the same things about me I know about you. We're both so very awful.
As you brush the silt from your eyes, the princess tackles you, flattening you against the dirt floor.
We were always going to kill each other here, weren't we? I can't trust you, and you can't trust me, and those doubts spin and spin and spin into hate.
She buries her teeth deep into your chest, tearing at. Great, she's distracted. Stab her in the back. In for a penny, right? Why not?
Yeah, it's a little too late at this point.
As the princess rips meat from bone, you plunge your weapon into her unprotected back.
Ha, you bastard! Even face to face, you find a way to stab me in the back. I know you, and you're hideous, absolutely wretched, just like me.
Yeah, we actually fit together rather well.
So what? Throw her off us, kick her in the shins. We don't have to fight so dirty.
I mean, she's obviously
Of
going
course
to.
we do. Fighting clean won't help us win. It takes a wretch to know a wretch, and we're all at the bottom of the barrel here. There's no point in pretending otherwise.
That was surprising coming from the opportunist, but hey.
Are we at the bottom of the barrel?
Yes, we are at this
We've got
point.
dirt in our eyes and a chunk of us chewed out. If that's not the bottom of the barrel, what is?
And I'm not quite sure that's what that
No
phrase
arguments here.
means,
You're
but
doing great. Keep playing dirty if that's what it
whatever.
takes.
We're gonna do what we
If
can.
win, we won't be at the bottom anymore. We'll have climbed a little higher. And once we start climbing, well, who knows where we'll stop? You'll stop right here if you keep daydreaming. Don't let yourself get distracted thinking about what comes after.
Just time freezes
None of
for
us
a
ever said
sec
we
whenever
saw
we have our
frozen.
internal monologue.
What a low and vicious fight it is. Eyes gouged, skin scratched bloody, hair ripped and nails broken. Every rule there ever was in the Book of Honourable Combat. Both you and the princess have broken a dozen times over. That's nice and all, but are we winning?
That's the important part.
Nobody's winning. I thought playing dirty was supposed to give you the upper hand, but I suppose that doesn't work if you both sink to the same lows. Still, at least you're not losing.
Okay, so it's a bit of a draw.
Princess cackles maniacally as the fracas continues. But behind her cackle, you hear the low groan of warping wood.
Hello?
What's going on?
House?
We're establishing a newer, better packing order. No, the groaning thing. Why is the wood making noise?
Excuse me, House.
Who cares about the groan? It's just a sound. Things make sounds all the time.
Yeah, but they don't make sounds like that.
I care about the groan. Doesn't that mean something bad is happening?
Yeah, wood
Oh,
doesn't normally
yes, well,
groan
I'm
on
afraid
its
that's
own.
the sound of the basement getting smaller.
Ah, lovely.
Do you hear that, you pathetic wretch? Those are the roots of the wild, and they're coming to choke the breath from your lungs and squeeze the life out of you.
Excuse me, what? You and the princess disengage for a brief moment, just long enough to get your bearings. Behind you, the basement door has been sealed over, thick roots barring your only exit from the dirt pit. And slowly, but very perceptibly, the roots are closing in on you both.
That's right. They're coming for you. And they won't stop until there's nothing left down here but them.
I mean, that means you go squish too. Yeah, they'll crush you too.
As long as you suffer while you die, I'll gladly suffer with you. Especially if I get to see it happen.
This
Huh.
doesn't help anyone. I can't believe she'd kill us both just to spite me. See? This is exactly why you've been tasked to slay her. She's an antisocial monster who'd gladly burn the whole world for her satisfaction.
I mean, up till this point, she hasn't actually done
The
anything
roots
except
grow ever closer.
attack us, and usually we instigate
No,
that.
we can see them.
So this feels like we've got a limited number of options. Yeah, we're not gonna be friends at this point. Man, it would be so pathetic to get to this point and then give up. Nah, we're gonna keep fighting.
You attack the princess once more, and once more the two of you fall into a vicious brawl. The basement continues to shrink as you fight, but neither of you pay it any more mind. Not until it's too late.
And we both go squish.
the roots twist around you both, binding your limbs and rendering you helpless. As your fates close in, all you can do is watch her, and all she can do is watch you. At first it's almost gentle. The two of you lifted delicately off the ground.
Not sure how much ground there is
Cradle of the
left.
growing roots soon gives way to tightness. That tightness gives way to bulging pressure as they begin to constrict. The sound of creaking wood is drowned out by the snaps and pops of your bones, pain flooding your senses as you feel your skin deform, being shaped unnaturally by the living basement. Tears well up in the princess's eyes, her own bones splintering and flesh swelling with trapped blood. But still she smiles through it all.
I can't wait to do this again, you wretched little thing. I hate you, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
The pressure is unbearable. You can't breathe, your vision swimming with red, your head pounding as everything tightens. And then you pop.
Pop!
Everything goes dark. And you die.
The wild. Oh hey!
We
This is a
are a
bit
path
different.
in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it?
Congratulations! You
How many
figured it
times
out.
have you been here? I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly
We
done
fought
for
her.
things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Sure, there's no reason to keep secrets. Someone decided to go in guns blazing last time, and that someone got us killed. And what should we have done? Let
Hey,
you draw
stubborn.
things out with all that conniving. Everyone knows a straight fight is best. It's honest.
We
There's
weren't
no
exactly
need to
the
bicker
most
about
honest
it.
in our last
I
fight.
wasn't trying to start anything. I don't mind what happened to us. I kind of like it now that we aren't actively being crushed. Yeah, now that you mention it, this isn't so bad. And it's not like the fight is what killed us anyway, it was the cabin. No point worrying about who charged who when that place ground us all into paste in the end. The princess included.
It was a fitting end. I'm sorry if it hurt, but doesn't
If it hurt.
this make it all seem so small?
I see. So the cabin ground you into paste, and now you're convinced you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
What is the
I'm
name?
not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
Yeah, and our little cursor has changed again.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
Huh. Don't we sort of hate each other?
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the doubting and the hatred and the schemes. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Upset?
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
Spoken like, honestly, a real puppet master. Have we considered that maybe she's the one trying to trick us?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of been the whole narrator's thing. Kind of convince
There's a
herself to listen.
feeling, isn't there? That petty feeling she mentioned, it is fuzzy, but it's there. Almost like she still hates us. It
Yep.
feels mutual.
It's mutual.
Please, stop. If you pay attention to that feeling, we'll fall apart.
But we're stubborn.
Don't look at it!
Ooh, angry again.
She's trying to turn you away from the truth. There's something she doesn't want you to see. I think you already know you have to look at it. Hold yourself together. We're no strangers to effort. We can push this back down. Something might do us in eventually, but I'll be damned if that something is a thought.
Gaze at it.
Please, don't make us remember how we were.
Feel the hatred.
Just like that, you start to fall apart. Right, she really does hate us, and we hate her. It hurts thinking about us as separate things, but we're separate. We can't hate ourselves. I love me. We never
Yep.
got to see the end of that fight, did we? We can't both be winners. One of us has to beat the other.
Yeah,
right?
someone's gonna win.
I don't want to remember what it felt like to be killed. It was so much nicer when it didn't feel
Hero's
like
the only one who doesn't want it.
And yet you keep remembering. You remember the loathing and animosity you've shared with the princess, the pain and the anger and the betrayal. And you start to remember something else, too. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
No longer, we are the voice.
Maybe bygones can't be bygones. I don't know why I ever wanted to share a body with you, of all things. It's like my very soul reeks of yours. That was horrible. This is better. Finally, I'll be able to hurt you like you deserve.
I wish I didn't have to.
Some division, when sown, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
We were the forest. The
A
roots
cabin
squished us
comes
and
into
absorbed
being
us.
among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole.
Ah,
And then you find yourself
Oh, hey.
blade in hand, exactly where you need to be.
your heart's not
At the
supposed to
center of it
explode
all
like
is
that.
the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
Kill me then, if you hate me so much. Just get it over with.
Yeah.
This
She doesn't have a
feel
crown
like
this
a
time.
fight. This isn't what I wanted. Where's the victory in this? Well, this should be easy. If you're sure about it. I mean, what's the point of being king of the hill if there's no one around to be better than? We'd just be sitting on a hill.
Do we have to do this?
Dang, they're all turning on it.
Have to.
None of them
You
want to do this
know
anymore.
You have to.
Dang, it gives us so many options to turn back.
You raise the blade, taking aim at her heart. And then you strike.
You have been stabbed.
I'm sorry.
Now that one gets absorbed. It's time to leave.
She's
Never
gone.
return.
And is that a... What is that supposed to mean? Screw that! This can't be the end. It just can't!
It makes sense for
Better watch your
stubborn.
back. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Unfortunately, yeah, you're all getting ooh, we're all goopy. You wither. Okay, proceed to the cabin. Hi again.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
I mean, contradiction.
And yet my waters
Kind of
flow
exist?
and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Yeah, you don't feel. Do you feel fine? We've done a
changes
lot
me,
of bad things.
But it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I mean, we're still trying to find a way to kill you. I think I hate you.
Know that I hold no malice towards you. The pain of your journey will subside in due time.
But I do want to see if there's
But
some
you
way
still
we
have
can
a
kill her
ways to go
in this
before
part.
we are done.
Still got more. Okay. Still planning to kill you.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. I will regret destroying you if that is what
I
we
mean,
come to.
up to this point, we've either been even or I get you. So I'm not entirely sure if you have the ability to destroy me. Let's see, how many more vessels?
We will know when we near our destination.
That's not useful. At least you gave us an estimation last time. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is like a shadow of me, a memory of what she used to be, bound to the wounds of distance and time. She will make for a scarred and beautiful heart. Do
Definitely
not
scarred,
mourn her. She has finally
considering
found
the amount of wounds
peace.
that we've inflicted. Okay, time to
I
go back.
will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Alright, let's see, what can we do?
That's the spirit.
We didn't take the blade last time. Let's just take it
You
this
take the
time.
blade from...
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly focused on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I haven't decided.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Sure, we
Look
can
how
see.
reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
I mean, as long as we don't drop it near her, we will
Don't
still
you
have the
dare.
advantage.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
See, she's so polite.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Do you think I'd come here to kill you without even knowing why? That's ridiculous.
And yet you hesitated the moment you saw me. And you dropped your knife. If killing me was really that important, you'd have a little more
Ugh.
gumption, don't you
She's calling
think?
us out.
So, someone put you up to this, right? And whoever it is, it's probably the same someone who shoved me into this dark pit and chained me to a wall.
That's a fair question. Who chained her in this basement, and if she's so dangerous, how did they manage to trap her? And why have we been left to do their dirty work? Don't give away the game, and don't let her distract you. That's exactly what she wants.
I'm right, aren't I? So who put you up to this?
This version of her is very confident. How'd I get you out?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade.
Well, she is totally fine with
She
playing with her
isn't
hand.
suggesting what I think she's
I
suggesting.
mean, she did try to numb her own
Right?
arm earlier.
She is. I'm sure of it.
So, I mean, we've asked previously,
She hesitates.
but what does this
before
version of her
answering.
say?
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Yeah, not all that into bowing down. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
That's
Again, she
not
offers
helpful.
no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Okay, do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
Nope.
You're lying.
Oh, she can tell? I mean, we knew
How does she
narrator
know
could
that?
tell.
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me.
Cool, we've
Oh.
talked.
Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
We have decided to execute.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Yeah, we're not very good at this. Not this time around.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
Yeah, she was also ready for us this time.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been
Oh,
fractured.
dang. That hurt.
Holy shit, that hurt!
Yep.
Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
I don't know. We're going through with it.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You
Yep,
probably
probably
won't
won't
make
make
it
it
out
out
of here
again.
alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish
This
the
time,
job.
internal instead of external bleeding.
The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Steady.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
The princess gasps.
Fun,
Her voice
you
an
say.
unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill
Okay.
with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
Nope.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
At this point, we are fully aware that this is not the end. The adversary. Alright?
You're on a path in the woods.
Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna move forward.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound
Hey,
like
Stubborn's
her at all.
here.
Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Well, she can kind of cheat.
Are you sure about that?
The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal, let's just get on with it already.
Let's go, Stubborn. We're ready for that fight.
The cabin is
Ooh.
tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its
Now this
cold
is
stone
different.
walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright. Yeah, we're gonna grab the
You
blade.
take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult.
We're just ignoring the mirror at this point. It's there every time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Yes, this time.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much
Yeah,
as
we're
I
in for a good
appreciate the
fight.
enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Wrong. We are here to have a good fight.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall. It looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
Well, we're gonna do what we can to fight. I mean, you look a little different.
You look exactly the same.
Alright, fine. If you're not going to address it, I will.
Because we're used to this narrator.
What? You've already met the princess has already met you. The two of you killed each other. Did you think you'd be able to just openly talk about all that without me noticing?
No, we just didn't think it important.
Maybe. You did seem to just gloss over the whole thing for a while. Of course I glossed over it. When a colleague says something insane, glossing over it is one of the best ways to stay focused and keep moving forward. Enough is enough. I believe you. And that's all the more reason to take this seriously.
Congratulations.
You don't know that whatever brought the two of you back to life isn't a fluke. And beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember.
Good for you. You get to experience it for new.
Are you okay? Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Well, that seems silly. You should fix that. It's very convenient. Oh, dang, these are actually a couple of good options. I kind of want to do both the lying and this one. Take it less seriously. Alright, I'm gonna do this one. Although, the lie is being very sarcastic, and I think it's very funny.
You're joking, right? I'm just going to pretend that you're joking.
No, that was our serious one.
Yeah, you better be joking. We can't win unless you take this seriously.
I mean, we're gonna take the fight seriously. You do remember me.
Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life.
3 whole minutes.
Why
Wow.
don't we do it again?
We lasted surprisingly long,
See?
apparently.
She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us to stand around talking.
I'm not saying I'm not here to fight.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done.
Well,
Don't you get it? We've been given free rein to wail on each other. Forever.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
okay. Stubborner's all about this. Turn around and leave. I am not fighting a giant demon lady. Bye. Dang, these are so fun. But we need to stick to our plan of action and continue to fight.
Finally ready to complete your destined task, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
As you bridge the gap, your blade slashes across the princess's chest, splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood. But she's unfazed by your onslaught. Her expression barely changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor. You can hear her chains snap as you struggle to recover from the impact.
This one doesn't seem to be going quite as well for us.
Disappointed in us? Why is she disappointed in us?
Oh, you don't actually get it, do you?
That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me.
That's a problem.
It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point? So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world needs you to win. She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us.
I
Take it slow.
don't
Think it
know
through.
if that's true.
Don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action. Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her.
Go stubborn! Run away! They give us so
That's
many
your plan,
options
then.
to be a coward.
That's your plan. Push off the ground, ignoring the pain in your ribs as you
I
charge.
feel like we
the
need to do a
princess once
coward
more.
run, where we do all these fights again, but just run away when we get the chance.
You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind
That's a bit of
her
a problem.
guard. Pull it out. We'll try a different angle. No, we can do this.
Just keep pushing
keep
through the bone.
pushing.
That's
We're
actually
not gonna
quite a
win if
significant
our
amount
weapon's
of
stuck in
strength.
her arm.
But you know what? We're listening to Stubborn right now. Keep
The
pushing.
princess's grin widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes and masochistic glee practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Yes. You finally get it, don't you?
Yep, let's do this.
Nothing exists outside of us. It's just you and me, dying and coming back, clashing against each other. Forever.
That's not what's going on. There's an entire world at stake here.
Oh, shut up, narrator. We're here for a fight.
Yes, the fate of the world doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this fight. The only thing that matters is getting stronger. And the only way to get stronger is to win, even if it takes us forever to get there.
I mean, if we get infinite
Your balance
retries.
is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee.
Oof.
It collides with your ribs.
Yep.
You feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact.
Why do I have to be wet?
Fine. You barely have enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours. Your grip loosens from the impact,
knife
the
went
blade
all the
still
way through.
wedged in her arm
And-
as you tumble to the
Cool.
cold stone floor.
That was our
I
only
said
weapon.
we're fine. I didn't say you weren't fine. I was just describing what happened. You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The
Yeah, I
princess
guess
glances down
she
at the
used her
blade
fists
embedded
and
in
her
her arm.
teeth, so
With near
I guess we
total
could do.
ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot
Or she gives it
this.
back. That works.
She tosses it at your feet.
Let's keep going. Is there more
You're
to
walking
life?
a thin line, hero.
Is there more to life? When you're not here, I feel empty and alone. When we're not fighting, I feel stuck. Like there's something important I'm supposed to be doing. Like I'm being shoved into a space where I don't fit.
Okay.
But when we fight each other, it's like this wave of feeling. Like everything I break in you and everything you break in me is important. Like we're really, truly communicating.
That's
Life
one way to put
is
it.
suffering, and we will feel every inch of it, and we will persevere.
Yeah, it seems like
Can't say I'm
stubborn is a
fan
bit
of whatever
masochistic too.
weird bond those two have. Nor am I. It's dangerous. But maybe you can use it to your advantage.
No, let's go with the first option, yeah.
I don't know what that is, but I hated the sound of it coming out of your mouth. I don't like being crammed into smart-sounding boxes.
Okay. Let's go. Continue the fight.
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow. Wait, does that mean we're...
Yeah, it's probably caved in our chest.
Or rather, about to be dead?
Yep.
As your blade pierces her sternum,
popped a couple
the princess
organs.
buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs. You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and... it's over. It's finally over.
No.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
Well,
Oh, there are plenty
are
better.
you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Yeah, stubborn.
Wait, no, that can't be right.
We choose to get back up and
Your eyes
continue
bolt
fighting.
open and you push yourself back to your feet.
Right back where we left off, too.
Alive.
No having to walk.
Ha! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
Yeah,
about
she'll just
her?
wake up.
If we're fine, then she's fine.
Toss us back the blade
She's
and we'll start
dead.
again.
She has to be... No!
Right. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we?
See, on one hand, you
I
could
knew
say
it.
us
I told
keeping
you we
her
should all
here
believe in her.
infinitely
This
fighting
is perfect.
would be a way of
The
keeping
princess rises from the ground,
her in check and not ending
staggering
the
slightly,
world.
one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
She pulls the weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet.
You know what to do. Again.
But she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that?
For a good
All of you need
fight.
to settle down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all.
A wound to the chest, that's pretty
Oh, we
much
just
in the
missed
area
her
of
heart.
lungs, which
Oh,
would
of
be
course,
just as
that's
deadly.
You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over. Well, I guess I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong? Aren't you supposed to know everything? I never said I knew everything.
What about that untethering thing?
It means nothing. I shouldn't have said that.
Mm-hmm.
You did say it, so it means something.
Oh, stop bickering over nothing. Our destiny is right in front of us. Pick up the blade and go to her.
Okay, fine. That is what I meant by untethering. Do you hear him rambling on about destiny? He's lost the thread, and if you lose the thread, you won't be able to save the world.
Nice cover up, but
What
it's
is
not gonna
that
work.
supposed to mean? I don't have to answer that, and I'm not going to answer that.
For once, he's choosing to remain silent.
Why the bloody hell not? Because right now, there's still a razor-thin chance that you're able to get your act together. There are patterns of thought out there that beg to be finished, but once you finish them, that's it. They change everything. There's no going back, and if I say anything else, you're going to finish one of those thoughts.
Like the untethering thing? 'Cause that's quite
What?
intriguing. The princess can't die. Okay. It's too late for that. I think we've all thought that one. I'm not going to say the princess can't die, and I'm gonna think it. I think this one's the most ironic. I'm gonna go with that one.
But you did think it, didn't you? I tried, you know.
I'm not sure
tried
how you can
very
lie
hard to
about
make
that
this
one,
work.
though. As interesting as that one would be.
I don't like that resignation. Are you sure we can't just unthink it?
That's not how
Yes.
thinking works.
Like I said, I'm afraid some thoughts can't be unthought.
Most thoughts
I'll
can't
be
be
back.
unthought, in my
I'm going
opinion.
to pour myself a stiff drink. If I'm going to see the end of everything, I'd rather not be sober.
Well, that's the thing, you're
So
not
I
going to
was
see
right.
much. Because most
Why
of
are
the time
all of
there's
you so
nothing.
glum? This is perfect, isn't it? We get to experience greatness and battle and triumph forever.
Well, I think it was the stubborn one who said, "Your destiny awaits," right? No, hold on.
Come on, hero.
There has to be another way.
Let loose, have
What
some
if we
fun in
just-
the fight.
Leave her down here. What if we run away? What if we convince her not to end the world? You can't reason with her. Ending the world is her fundamental nature. It's not a decision she can flip on and off. It is her. And what exactly can't we leave her down here?
Well, I mean,
Because
we
all
found
it
out
would do
she
is stall the inevitable.
gets out anyways, and you see that? She's
what's wrong with
25,
stalling?
so...
Oh, there's plenty wrong with stalling. The end is still the end, and I'd rather face mine head on. Oh, you mopey ass. Why did you even ask us to slay her if it was going to end like this? Because it didn't have to end like this. If you don't mind, I'd rather not spend everyone's last moments arguing with you.
Yeah, let's get back to the fight.
It's time.
Yes, I suppose it is. If we fight her forever, then maybe she can't end the world.
See, that's
maybe
my thought
everything can still work
process.
out.
Maybe we just keep her here.
I guess we'll just have to see how things play out.
Don't you get it? You don't have to shuffle your feet. What comes next is going to last forever.
Join your adversary.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage.
I feel like we're getting slightly weaker in this fight.
And then we get up.
Get up. Yep, that's all we gotta do.
Yes.
Keep getting up.
And then you get up.
That was a good one. More.
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to strike first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have a chance to act. But more often than not, each of you fells the other in the same moment. And then you get up and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Yeah,
all
she
still here.
fades out.
This is all gonna be okay. Isn't it? Isn't it?
If he doesn't answer the voice, he'll never answer. He's gone.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is...
Might want to look around. Things have changed.
What is this place?
We're not in the basement anymore.
We do this.
Huh. I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right.
It's the end of the world, isn't it? It's the end of everything.
Far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
It stumbles, and her body slumps.
I feel so... tired.
We've been fighting for a while. Yeah, take a small break.
She's
When we
gone.
return.
Is that a...
Okay.
But it feels so bad.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
Whoever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that one's more
We'll trust
comforting.
Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
Yeah, we actually will find her. Although, slightly different version of her. Ooh. You've unraveled. Looks like all this fighting is putting a bit of a toll on us as well.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Okay, what are your thoughts on this vessel?
This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now, I feel a will pushing against mine, not realizing that we are one. She will make for a bold heart. Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
Oh yeah. Narrator?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I mean, when we became the forest, he was an outside one. Fight the narrator.
If he is anything other than us, he isn't worth the effort to destroy.
Okay then. How many more vessels?
One.
Oh,
Whatever you
only one
bring me
more.
next will be enough.
Okay.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Okay, we got one more.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Oh, I just realized I didn't
I will
going to
be
get a
here,
chance to try and attack
waiting
again.
for you.
Darn. Okay, I'm trying to think, what can we do? Because we're looking for the fight.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way a warning. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor...
I wonder, let's
You take the blade.
blade. Hey, I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Let's see if it's changed anything.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so cold. Focus on the task at...
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her.
We're gonna tighten our grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Yeah, we will.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Squint.
You stare at the princess,
Is
squinting.
that gonna make a difference?
She squints back.
The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
I mean, I'm curious to see what'll happen. Squint even harder.
Squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now.
I mean,
You're
except maybe
going
dying
to
of
have
boredom.
to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Okay, now we attack.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt
This
to
is
run her through.
This is the same as we had before.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to feel. Holy shit, though she's unarmed. The shock of that further blade. We can still turn this.
We'll try and flee.
Are you serious? It's a good idea. We've taken some bad hits, but we've dealt some too. She has to be feeling it more than we are. Let's regroup upstairs. If we're lucky, maybe she'll just bleed out. Fine. You make a mad dash to the basement stairs, the princess's chains rattling as she tries to chase you, but pulling taut much too soon for her to catch up.
Do you really think you can just walk out of here?
She steps towards you, ignoring her chains. They creak and strain as she pulls against them until finally they break. The links clatter to the floor. Useless. She's free. Hurry! You push your broken body as she closes in and just barely manage to pass the threshold of the basement doorway before she catches up to you.
Hey,
You
we're
close the
upstairs.
basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while
she-
might make things a little easier.
She destroyed
You settle in
those
against the
chains.
far wall to
I
watch the
don't
basement
know
door.
for sure.
It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
It's all starry outside.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
I'll be waiting.
I wouldn't be so sure about outlasting me. You're so brittle. So go ahead, rest. Do whatever you think will help you be prepared. But know that I'm coming for you, and that when I find you, I will make you hurt.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Hey.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet. and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
You look spooky.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
For once, the princess
It
is
can't be.
incorrect.
This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The nightmare.
You're on a path in the...
Alrighty. Just gonna get a move on.
A warning.
Ooh, paranoid. Don't trust anyone.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? It's just an empty frame.
Oh, hey. We've
She's
got
already
little
gone now, hasn't she?
buddies watching us
And
from the
she's ready
windows.
for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Alright.
You
We'll grab
reach
the knife.
down and pick the blade up off the floor. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
A bomb.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
I mean, a bomb would be something. That's for sure.
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Alright. I guess we only get a knife. No bombs.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
They come up with quite a number of
Come
creative ways to describe
She must have you
the princess's
confused
voice.
with someone else. You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place.
Yeah, didn't do the best previously.
It'll be enough.
And we don't exactly have a lot of throwing experience. Ooh! Into the void!
You
Oh.
attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
I don't know, but I was curious. Exactly. I was
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten.
Curious. Okay.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Yep, down we go.
As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks, suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
What do you mean? This isn't an ordinary
I'm
basement?
going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Okay.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Go back the way you came.
You turn back to the stairs, only to find that they aren't there.
Perfect.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
Let's take this path.
There you are.
Oh, hi.
I told you I was going to find you.
That was faster than expected.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
Well, this isn't very fair.
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
I mean, you're my refrigerator.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Nerves. What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want...
And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
You sure about that?
Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to
Interrupt me some more.
Go ahead, Paranoid.
You
You do
have
your thing.
seconds left. Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you?
Heart, lungs,
Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
But how
She's an
could you stop
antagonist.
stopping my
Why?
body?
The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
nerves, heart,
Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
You're a lunatic. You know that,
I
right?
am what I am, and right now, I'm in control. So, you might want to be a little nicer to me.
She raises one long gloved finger, its tip
Noisy
hovering
dad.
just over your skin, seeming to enjoy the lingering threat. But she withdraws, sparing you another momentary glimpse of death.
Nerves, heart,
Hmm.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
Can you at least turn off this whole organ sang down thing?
Like I said, I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Well, that's a kind of inconvenient problem.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Okay, so we could toss the blade.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Slay the
This
princess.
path is already worn by
Oh
travel
man.
and has been seen by one of my many eyes. You cannot walk
Rude.
it again. Change your course.
Wait, what?
Nerves, heart,
That's rude.
lungs, liver, nerves,
Okay.
heart, lungs,
I guess we're tossing the
Are you
blade.
serious?
nerves, heart, lungs.
I mean, we
Fling
don't
the
have a
blade into the
choice.
void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission. Nobody's happy here, but maybe it's for the best.
I mean, she's pretty happy.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
Heart.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you.
She's a shadow
Like a
person.
creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life.
Seems like I've trapped
Love.
you with me.
Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
No worms.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going. You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
Bye, narrator, I guess.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Your body is dead, but you live on. 4, 5. Too many chapters. The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing? There was a princess, I think.
Ooh, broken.
It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
Congratulations, you figured it out.
Yes. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out.
Oh,
It's
hey,
really the
opportunist.
only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
I mean, we've done some stuff.
No, we were
And
supposed to
it's
keep her
stubborn.
trapped there forever. I think.
Looks like we got most
We're
everyone here.
supposed to be unfeeling.
Okay, we got
How many
cold.
times do I have to tell
The only one we
you to
don't know is
snuff
broken
out your
so far.
heart? We can't be unfeeling.
Ooh,
Not when
hunted.
there's so much fear everywhere.
I wonder if we would have gotten hunted if we ran away.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried
Okay, there's
everything.
Contrarian.
We love her,
Ooh,
so we have to set her
smitten.
free.
We
Can
have
we
not
love something
seen
that hates
Smitten or
us?
Skeptic.
Can we love something that hurts us?
To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Why are there so many of us?
And there's
There
Cheater.
aren't supposed to be so many of us. This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
At this point, I'm not sure. How many times have you been?
Many times.
I mean, Hira's been here.
It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
Yeah, things just keep happening. Did someone else make the decision?
What does here even mean if you really think about it?
Shut up. You were here.
Every single time.
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order.
If you say
And our
so.
cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget.
Yeah, Hira
I've
has seen them
tried to
all.
keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
Yeah, Cold is doing fine. But yeah, that's the problem. I don't
Don't
remember.
think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to
Where
slay her.
is she, narrator?
Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment?
Okay, Skeptic is getting philosophical there.
Philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere.
Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I? Who even cares? They're good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers.
Okay, I see opportunist there.
Quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us.
Yep,
And
that
then
does
she
seem the case.
smashes us into smaller pieces.
If you all just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago.
See, Cold is the most
Your thoughts are far too scattered
old
to
and
rein back
logical,
in.
which makes sense.
Your only option is to silence them.
Huh. Can you make sense of
There's
them?
something worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
I mean, it makes sense. Some of those endings are
Yeah,
not exactly
you
pleasant to go
aren't.
through.
We break apart, and you stay the same.
Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
Good question. I don't know. Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna say, what if we don't go to the cabin? But that's contrarian.
We've tried that. It doesn't work.
Our hearts always brought us back to her.
The deck is stacked.
Mhm.
Paths, and they're all circles.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it.
You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget, or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either.
He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me.
So it seems opportunist is
He's
somewhat
worse than
still
her.
the same. They're all
Of
wrong.
course we're wrong.
She's the only thing that's right.
And of
Yes,
course that's their
obviously they're
response
all
from
wrong.
Smitten.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do my favorite thing of being contrarian. Stay where I am.
Nothing. You can't just do nothing. You
I
have
mean,
to do
walking
something.
away didn't work.
That's a new one. Huh. Do you think it'll work?
So what if we just don't do anything?
No. Nothing ever works. Boo. You're the worst one.
Yeah, Broken
He's not the
just
one who got us
a
into this
downer.
mess.
At least I keep you breathing around her.
True. Paranoid does
See?
do that.
That's why the sad one's the worst. The jumpy one tries. Who cares? All of you just yap about nothing. And that kind of attitude is why you're in the top half.
Yeah.
Great. And that's why you're not the top.
Not the
I want
top.
to see what nothing does
I
for
wonder
us.
who is the top according to
Right now,
opportunity.
all of you aren't letting nothing happen.
Hopefully this stuffs all the rest of them someplace quiet. You need me. And
I
you
feel
need
like
to
Cold
not
could be pretty high up there.
them.
I wonder what we look like right now. Are we standing? Sitting? I like to think we have an air of dignity.
Mitten is definitely in the
My
bottom
point
half.
exactly.
Continue to do nothing.
You have already committed to my
Oh,
completion.
come on. Fine, I guess we'll go in. Let's
You
see what the
slowly
cabin
make
looks
your
like.
way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a
What?
cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
Don't ask him about the mirror.
That cabin don't look so great.
He always says he never sees it.
He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do.
No, I think
Just
narrator's
here,
the crazy one.
Buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
I'm not entirely sure why you are the... why you think you're the best, Cold. So I feel like we did somewhat follow you, and it still didn't work.
They've been hurt too much. It's why they are the way they are. Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up.
We tried, and the voice didn't let us.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
The cabin that isn't there.
The cabin
You've
that's
got
only
to clean the
partially
mirror,
there.
haven't you? You've got to see what's in it.
Yeah, what do we look like right now?
Smash it to pieces.
See, that's what I've been
She's on
thinking.
the other side.
What about breaking it?
And we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
And just proceed.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's another new one. How do you keep coming up with new things? I hope this works better than nothing did. Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them.
Wait, does that mean
It
we're number
already
one?
has worked. It's gone, don't you see?
We're one step closer to her.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement,
You'll need it if you're going to do this right.
We also need to
Take
locate
it.
the princess still.
It's the only way forward.
You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the
Nom, nom,
weapon
nom.
sinking deep into the earth.
Earth decided to
You lean
munch
over the
on
hole
blade.
and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels
Oh.
of the earth. You
Aye.
see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
So
You really are a
are
coward.
we jumping in?
With every word
nope.
she speaks, the princess in the pit
It's a broken
looks
mask.
closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could knock you.
And closer.
I don't like
Watching
the
over me
static.
forever?
It's just noisy.
That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take me away and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness.
Wow, such a great
I can
reward.
even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything. Now don't pose. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
What can we do? You went through something else a long time ago. Is that something new, or is it just a dull and jaded? There is no other ending. That makes me think that maybe if I do things right, there could be. But okay, it's our only option.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you.
Well, too bad.
The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired. Why is it so cold?
Even more arms. And goodbye.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost.
That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her.
Not this time she did.
It won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they?
Hunted kinda gets it.
It doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
Finally, we can smash it.
Oh, will you stop with the smashing?
But smashing is
What do we
fun.
say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority.
Okay. Approach the mirror. Its mysteries remain
Someone
unsolved.
tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready.
Hey, not so scared
It
anymore.
feels okay.
That's different.
Fears gone. I'm done fighting.
Wow, that's
My
a surprising
heart
one.
feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you.
Cole's just like, I'm out of here.
Ready for the truth.
I'm done with all of you
ready to
morons.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Okay, let's see what we look like. They're gone once again. What do we see? Nothing. We don't exist anymore. Wait, hi. It's Crowhead. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Hi, narrator. Crack slides down the side of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. Then another crack forms another and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Okay, so we've got limited questions here. We need to pick the ones that we want carefully. We've got a lot. Okay. Why did you want me to slay the princess?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed.
Yeah.
And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
But the problem is, if death itself disappears, that's gonna cause a whole mess of problems. I don't follow that
She
train of
is the
thought.
shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Okay. Narrator is just an echo, not real. Will her into something small.
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
Okay. Am I not a living being then? We're just following this line of thought for now.
You never were. You are the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Wait, we're a god?
For a time, this construct could help you approximate being alive, confining your mind to a single reality. But you've experienced far too many lives for it to work much longer.
Okay. What about you?
No. In life, I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something, so I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both.
Okay. We are starting to run out of available questions. Okay. Dang, we have so many. Death is actually important.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
I mean, we sorta died. Sort of. Okay, I have to ask this one. Why couldn't she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread?
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you?
She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess.
So that one's
As
on
to
us,
why,
unfortunately.
maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come. I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
Yeah, we're running out of questions. Okay. I've died plenty of times. You made us out of what?
Cycle of life and death. The endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
Let's see. Cares about dying.
You haven't. You flirted with dying. You've played pretend. But your consciousness is an unbroken stream.
Okay, I think we've only got 2 questions left. This has been torture.
The inevitability of death is torture. I would gladly put 2 infinite beings through what you've been through to spare infinite lives from oblivion.
Yeah, you're a little selfish. Well, we're trying to stick to our goal of I'm going to destroy her.
Lying?
Oh, he actually can't tell.
But I've said my piece, and my...
I mean, this time we weren't.
I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away. You know what you have to do.
Goodbye. Spinal fragment of glass shatters. You see yourself with newfound clarity. Narrator's right. You had long quiet. A vast and nascent god. It is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. Came swarming out. Hi.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I don't know what that
Hates in
means.
their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Did you hear the conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Okay, so what next?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from 1 into 2, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
I feel like more than just a world ends, to be honest. Did it
If
matter?
you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. and you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Yeah, because we went the violent route. Ooh. I'll turn towards this.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape the reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
Okay. No. Because we want to attack. Let's argue independence. I fix this without you.
Have you? Or is what you think of as independence merely an illusion? Without me, you can have no contrast. And without contrast, you have no shape. The sensation of bleeding and sweating and breaking and mending
Like
and
frozen.
dying and living comes back in vivid color. You feel the shame of 100 deaths and the pride of 100 conquests. All of the peaks and valleys weaving themselves into a single tapestry, free of beginning and free of end. Do you remember when we killed each other with such fervent passion that death itself no longer sat on our shoulders?
Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna continue with independence, because there are a couple other options, obviously. No, we're not gonna stop early. Yeah, let's continue the
Time spent
independence.
away from me is still time spent in reference to me. Even then, both of us are more than our bodies. Am I not in the trees? Am I not in the cabin? Am I not in you?
A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. You knew me, and I knew you, even more than either of us know each other now, and you chose to pull apart that wreath. And when the tapestry was undone, you struck at my heart. You saw me as a part of you to be excised, but in the desire for excision, you made yourself whole. Will you still be whole if you destroy me?
Oh, we actually got a different one here. I guess, yeah, I'm continuing to go the independence route.
You place far too much trust into the ravings of a fearful and ignorant soul who overstepped his bounds.
Hey, Ghost. Huh? Ooh, first time we met, I executed with that second touch. And that one's kind of fun, so that one is going along with that. No, I feel like I have to commit. Go all the way, or else I might miss with what ending I get.
Intent is nothing. Wisdom is everything.
Should this be
I
the
turned the wheel
final
because
one?
suffering is a falsehood, a delusion. It is up to the world to free itself of it. Would you plunge yourself into a cold and empty eternity on faith alone? Would you destroy the only other thing like you to save a world you've never seen?
Flash between your legs, the princess relaxes, smiling from a distance. Her spite as well.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Okay. Can't let everything die. Better world. Choosing to stay trapped. Okay. You are cruelty. I cannot let you exist.
Then try to destroy me if you can. But I will not yield easily to your delusion.
You don't have to face her alone.
Hi, hero. Yeah, which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Okay. I thought voices weren't allowed.
Apparently that's not true, but we can worry about it later. You'll never be able to strike a decisive blow from out here. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do this.
Then let's go.
I don't think we need to do this on our own. Oh, this one. We just have the drawings. Going all the way back.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't
Just
it?
slightly. In the contrarian version.
Need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in
Yay,
an
hi,
almost unfamiliar
contrarian.
place. Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean. No hard feelings about taunting us with our deaths, by the way. I thought it was funny. Not sure about the others, though.
Oh yeah, 'cause that is the one that we did.
They're not happy. Oh,
Oh well.
get over it.
Okay, description.
Of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows.
That knife.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he?
No, he did not.
I always thought they were implied. He never mentioned the mirror either, but that didn't mean he implied it was there. It's gone, though. I think it did whatever it needed to do.
Yeah, the mirror was
And I
essentially
know I've already
the
mentioned it, but
representation of the Echo.
if we want to see this through, we're going to need that blade.
Just the three of us?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her. And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
At this point, I don't even remember what we did at this point in time. That was a little bit ago at this point. Take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more things we can do, right?
Namely, fighting, but yes.
So, you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window? No, we've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves.
Yeah, narrator was kind of the main one we were
You've
messing
gotten
with.
serious? Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if I suggest that twice, especially since you never took me up on it last time.
I thought about it. I feel like I probably
There's the
should.
guy I
Maybe we'll
know.
do that next time. Okay, this would be quite funny. To now throw the blade out the window. But no, we need to finish it. We've gone this far. We have to commit.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. Let's talk one last time before you kill us, if that's still what you want to do.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Down we go.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
Even after everything you've seen, and all the lives we've lived together, you still want to kill us. The Echo really got his hooks into you. Unless you have your own reasons for wanting us dead?
I'm curious about what's going on there. But I'm gonna go through with it. 'Cause I don't know if it'll give us the option later.
So this is really it then. Let's see this through.
So, you've made a choice for all of us. Even through everything, through all the worlds we've seen and experienced, through all the lives we've known and lost, we could never imagine a world without you and us. It doesn't feel possible. Despite it all, we've always loved you. We hope you don't regret what comes next.
You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small, melancholic light that sits at the borders of your heart. Whatever action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged, left each of you with a piece of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you also destroyed a part of yourself. But the world hasn't ended. Things continue on.
She's gone. And I don't think
Outside
she's
the
coming
window,
back.
it's now the long quiet.
Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal? It doesn't matter, we don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going. That's right. We've got a whole world to see.
And I'm not entirely sure about that, but let's see. You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. And then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here. Yeah, there's not a lot for us to do, is there?
The path and the woods outside are an empty canvas. There's even more to see beyond this place. Fruits of your labor, a world free from death. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel a sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it. It does not yield.
Come on now. It shouldn't be that hard to break out of here. We're some sort of god, aren't we? He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. Then the shatter. You are free. Before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality. One forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. There will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
We didn't forget what you told us.
You thought we'd be gone. Thought you could taunt us with death.
We never left. We've just been quiet, hiding somewhere else. But we don't need to be quiet anymore.
Nice, I have someone to talk to.
We're the house now. We get to make the rules. And I'm not sure you'll like those new rules.
You should never make assumptions about things you don't know. Like whether or not the voices in your head will be gone for
You know, I'm actually glad you guys are back. It's fun having you around.
Shura, and to think I thought we could rely on you. Can't even trust ourselves. This is going to be fun.
That's interesting,
isn't it?
That the comment that was
Slaying
made
our
way
beloved
back in
and
the beginning.
threatening us with damnation. There's no good ending for you.
You all need to lighten up. Telling us we were going to die was funny. I'm not sure they agree with you. Voices get around. Knives out, boys. It's time to get to work.
Oh boy. Okay, a new and unending dawn, and everyone hates you is the achievement. Man. They weren't very happy with us, apparently. There we go. That's actually an ending that I had not gotten. So, that was fun. And, interestingly enough, it is a rare achievement at only 9.7%. Not a lot of people decide to make enemies of their voices. Alright. Yeah, there are still plenty of endings. So, we'll have to see. Maybe come up with a couple ways to do things. Because I don't know the exact way to figure out which one I am like trying to go for. I have to see about looking into it. Yeah, pretty fun game. I love the multiple choice, getting different endings. They had a lot of fun. So yeah, this tells us essentially which path we took. Yeah. All sorts of options there. Yeah, there are so many of them. Now, if we look at the memories, we can see the ones that we obtained. So in terms of vessels, got a couple. exactly as I say, as quickly as you can. So we actually got a pretty good majority of the vessels. I thought you said she wasn't armed. Oh, because that's the one that we turned back on and it cut us off. So we almost got that one. Find the beast. I feel like that one is related to the witch. Okay. Getting her to break her own chains. The damsel, the prisoner, and the tower. So we have a couple that we can see about getting. Our vessels. Nothing. Unraveled. Narrator. You grown withered. Cabin and woods. Both of you to an incomplete existence. Oh, that's probably there at the end. Where we just both kind of sit there. I feel like that could be an option. Now, endings, we have significantly more to try and do. You are always a bit of a contrarian. Finishing it just in general. Slay her for good. Leave with her. Okay, another return to the beginning. I guess because we've only got so many options, we'll have a couple return to where the beginnings. Okay, that's got to be a leave together. Oh, destroying her without any help. And then find her. Defeat her with any outside help and then offer her grace. Freedom is God's forever. Yeah, the thing about the endings here is they're a little harder to obtain because we got a lot to go through. We actually are missing a decent number of the vessels. Feral captive. Oh. I bet this one is if we got the roots and we were to leave. Perhaps. This one could be because we just stabbed when it was roots. We could potentially cut her out. We didn't get to see anything related to this one. I wonder if that's the fight one where we do the adversary, but then we leave. Probably this one's probably a make amends one, which is what we're going for next. We're gonna start a fight, and then we're gonna try and back out of it after. Walk away empty-handed. You don't need the world. Gentle captive, abrasive prisoner, feral, die pathetically. Okay. We actually did get a lot more than I thought we would. So we can try to get some more alternate endings next time if we decide to go for them. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I've had this one for a good little bit, actually. I'm actually curious when I actually got Slay the Princess. seems... about December of 23, so it's actually been nearly a year since I played it initially. And a lot of things have changed since then. So, yeah. Definitely interesting to look at. And I feel like I might play it again. This is not going to be a guaranteed one that I do consistently, because we have our other games that we're working on. But I hope that you have enjoyed, and I do think I'll come back to it at some point. But, no matter what, I will see you guys next time, where hopefully, as long as things actually work out, we're thinking of doing some Phasmo tomorrow, and we're gonna bring Blue Tea. If things work out, that's what we'll try and do. And it'll be exciting because it'll be his first time playing. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye!